Oh, Ohazura! Ohazura, selamat siang semuanya. Good afternoon everyone, welcome back to my stream. My name is Azura Cecillia, virtual YouTuber from NIJISANJI ID. Nice to meet you. Selamat siang. Good afternoon. Ohazura. Hai. Kembali bersama Azura Cecillia dengan bermain The Sus Simulator. No, I'm just kidding. It's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Part 2. Dimana kemarin aku main sampai malam gitu, terus kayak case 1 belum selesai. Dan ternyata, forget everything I said yesterday. I'm gonna stream the continuation of the case 1. Yay! No more cliffhanger, guys! No more cliffhanger! We're doing this! We're doing this! Oh, welcome to Azubros, Ekadara Lipa Jakaria. Selamat datang. Selamat menjadi Azubros. Silakan diambil foto namanya. Oke. Okay. Let's go. Terakhir ini ya. Let's do it. Okay. Well, I understand. Jadi terakhir tuh kemarin short summary, intinya kemarin itu si Ryonosuke-nya hampir selesai case-nya, tahu-tahu cewek yang pakai kimono itu datang. Jadi kemarin itu ceritanya, wait, let me give you a summary. Jadi ini adalah teman kita. Terakhir ini adalah sepertinya ini cewek ini kemarin tiba-tiba datang. Susanto, bukan, Susato. Sus! Her name has sus in it! Sus. She's sus. No, never mind. Intinya kemarin terakhir kali aku save, dia tiba-tiba datang gitu. Jadi kita ceritanya itu main lawyer, terus kita dituduh membunuh, padahal kita nggak membunuh. Ini korbannya, ini prosekutornya, terus ini detektifnya, terus ini eyewitness, 3 ini eyewitness. Dan sekarang kita akan melihat the turns half table. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why decided ingress into my courtroom? Huh, a judicial assistant and a woman, no less. Hey, you're being sexist. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Oh, masih zaman-zaman seksis ya, zaman-zaman kayak, no, women cannot enter the court. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Huh, you're too late, little girl. The trial already has been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Rame jadinya kita mejanya. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brad's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brad was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I am afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of courier and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Courier, what's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. Giliran English woman aja deh. Oh, beautiful English woman. Giliran Japanese woman aja. Get away, you Japanese Nippon woman. Gosh, you hate your own nation, aren't you? There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you! Goodbye then, and good luck. Thank you. Okay, let's see. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since the ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effect: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned events occur when the poison enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human paralytic, it's believed that toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. Oh, 面白いじゃんこれ。You have led long enough, Consul. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You just get, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Huh, that look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Red, it seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Consul, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? This, Your Excellency, this. Please look at this. Miss Giselle Bread, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Consul? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What complete and utter nonsense? Ah, super chat arigato. Thank you for the super chat. Puyo Puyo Fever. Hi, Azura. Hi, Ohazura. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. See? It doesn't exist. Ah, thank you, Super Jagay, Puyo Puyo Fever, I mean Azura. Thank you. It's fine though, but thank you. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order! Consul, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare would suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brad? Trumpery! These suspicions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. Huh, that's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Banger us, I always say. It's a banger us. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters the prison system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in a total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscle that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Damn, that's so painful. That's a painful death. That's hideous, indeed. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. Damn, bro. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Bongos, welcome to Azubros, welcome. Grab yourself a pot and become an Azubros. And you're suggesting that this bottle console actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught. Shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest artwork and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brad, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this! I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japanese is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? The poison is in the glass, not the bottle! Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! What are you doing? Huh. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stoned. So, no courier. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha! You look quite incredible, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Ugh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Oh, yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Oh, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little forestern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over that. Come on, Rhinoscat, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. Contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryosuke? Isn't it obvious if there was poison in there, she would be dead by now? Think Ryosuke, though, you need to do the skateboard thing in your mind. That's wrong game. That's the wrong game. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Logic dive, logic dive. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a goalless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Consul. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why? Hey, huh? What? I thought I was right! Are? Nande? I thought it's on the glass! The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, with yourself, Miss Brett drinking water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the courtroom somewhere. It has to be. Oh, wait. I think I know now. It's a different bottle, I think. Because this one is sudah. And there's already water. But this one is... So it's a different bottle, maybe? My hops? My hops? My hops? Well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Okay, wait, let us say first. Okay, let's try this one. Coba ya. No, it's wrong. Okay, wait. I'm gonna try it. Aku mau coba semuanya dulu, wait. Apa dong kalau begitu, bentar. Okay. Dari tas itu. Tas. No, it's not! What explains how... What? Oh, there you go. Okay, wait. Okay, that's the answer. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Consul. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Dang it. Kita cek dulu jawabannya. Aku gak tahu jawabannya apa. Spesial. Oh, harus lewat ini. Harus lewat luka. Harus lewat luka. Through a wound. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Consul? Well, it sounds like as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch a prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point! I was thinking about that too. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No, that will be madness. But I actually found the answer to the conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristic, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of the particular detail seems a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curer enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you altered this research. You knew Curer's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... The goose? The swan? The swan can move. Well, you're not scared, it turns out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Honk! All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I failed to see how... So, kenapa ini gayanya kayak Jojo gitu dia? She looks like Jojo! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in the book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a vital flaw. Schoolboyish? Sunggasnya stand. Flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curer is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh yes, well, of course, gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this little poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor will have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right! Good gracious! That's basic science, science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I have the theory now though. So, it's either that because the professor got the teeth dicabut, jadi ada luka di mulutnya, atau poisonnya di pistol. Antara dua itu. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Or are you trying to suggest... Yes, this Curer poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? Logic dive, let's go! I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalic desire to take down my prey! There you go. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. I'm curious though, wait. Man. Oh wait, I can't change the language now ya. Tadi perasaan pengen pas Inggris sih. Penasaran pengen pakai Inggris tapi udahlah. You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we know now that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the courier? Because of the thief. Correct! As Miss Brett already pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of courier are only felt when poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside... Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Miss Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also cruel. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. She is destroying the evidence! Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What the hell? No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. And the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much as the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. That's a crime! That's a crime! That's illegal. Bro, that's illegal. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then in order to frame Yunis Hodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to fight on the floor, before you shot the professor dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. Hey, what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stand remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Rinosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now she's really going to get away with it. The way she destroyed evidence was obscene. Rinosuke! Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head! In my head. Somebody. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman was wearing with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson Killer? There's a clue? Bro, what? Wait, I wonder, can I actually see it from the picture? You know, this picture might be black and white, but still, there is no like blood in this. How can there be blood? There's no blood in this, you're lying. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Rinosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... You mean this? I mean this is the only answer, right? Thank you! Supacha, arigato. Thank you, John Smith. By the way, swan weighed about 10 kilos, so the last snake pretty swole. Okay, let's present this. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigation, don't you? Absolutely! I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day? Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene showing this photographic prey with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have been happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and relieve position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wells in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. But here's the thing though, you can't really take memories to become evidence. Ingatan itu nggak bisa jadi bukti gitu loh. You have to have like solid evidence. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle, great! I beg your pardon? This is pure ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Does the questioner expected to believe something the accused has probably just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brad. I took the steak that the surgeon had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Now we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brad's plate. You must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. That's the plate! Sorry for the delay. Here what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there's isn't. Quickly pastor the blood, man! Show the court! Of course, examine the plate out of your relation. Where's the blood? No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. What? I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I still wonder why the steak is cut like this. It's like someone bite through it. What the hell? It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Ha ha ha. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ugh. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This last pretend attempt at courtroom proceeding is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking state reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw or the thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a cobalt coin, and the hallmark is the whole area, I believe. No! And I mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? What? Wait, did you say it was a Hawaii coupon? Yes, and apart from the main juice, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of a Hawaii koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in a billion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... What? This means what? Oh my god. What the hell? This emblem on the side of the plate, is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature is a beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Kayaknya udah sih. Oke. What? This is no, I've lost. You're not scared. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Huh, maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue will reveal the shocking truth! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak! Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. Where precisely on this plate of lipstick is this needle to be found? Under this. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a koban coin. It's a hallmark from the Hawaii area, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, they should say it was a Hawaii koba? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Huh, this isn't the first time that I had a contact with Hawaii koba. Ini kan udah tadi. Lah. Skip. This is extraordinary, but it means... Oh wait. Oh my god, I wanna skip this. Present! Good gracious! That's... a koban? What on earth? A Hawaii Era 1 at that. Miss Brad, this is in fact the beef steak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin simply hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meal? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd, we're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Or where Hawaii korbannya just happens to be hidden underneath the piece of steak? If this turned out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Consul? A rare Hawaii korbannya just happens to be hidden underneath the piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now! By all means, don't let us stop you! No, I invited you anyway! Perhaps, little boy, you should know that it's you who is relevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essentially we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Okay, Sebu. Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyrio Kurekura-san. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. You can't say that, you're a Giselle brat. That's like weird name. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at except the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoera Koban, my prize coin. Then this Hoera Koban? Do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Korekuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense. Jadi gini teori aku. Teori aku, si bapak-bapak yang punya anak itu nyuri kobannya dari si kakek ini. Disembunyiin di bawah steak. Gitu kan. Dibuktikan oleh ini. Jadi steak ini kenapa bentuknya kayak mulutnya digigit gitu? Karena orang Jepang gak ngerti cara pakai garpu sama pisau. Jadi dia makan dagingnya begini, dia gak ngerti potong daging gimana caranya gitu kan. Jadi dia makannya begini kayak alf gitu kan. Nah habis itu dia nyuri koinnya ditaruh di bawah steak gitu. Nah habis itu si Bradnya nuker steaknya. Which is why I'm asking you to bring Korekuta-san back to the stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both officers that testified earlier back in here. With a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Guys, seriously though, 4 jam case pertama tuh lama banget by the way. 4 jaman. Itu lama banget. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for a little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police. We were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires a clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen... What? Yes, that's it! That one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous, holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace a fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Yo, man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and a plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Okay? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in a restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carneva is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Yeah, by the way, ini witness-nya rame banget ya, guys. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Korban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korikata-san's Korban is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikata-san's Korban and hid it under the steak? Wait, let me say it first. Yes, sir, no, sir. Correct. Obviously, it can only be you. Yes, sir, John. Yes, sir, no, sir. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Korban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of this crime, Scattered? But it wasn't me! It was Aido! What? Aido is the mastermind behind all this! What? You won't push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby! It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Oh. Wow. He breaks. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays as it expects to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak that I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I had the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to share these views with it at a later date. It's ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the distinguished gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The type of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled surgeon. It would certainly appear to be related to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, ooh. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Ta-da! And good day. On good day. Mukha ini! The stupid face! I swear, it's the stupid face. Inosuke, what's the matter with you? This is not time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jogged with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. What did she say? I don't even know what did she say. Oh. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice hot. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just for a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Inosuke? Hiding a coin on a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such idea astounds me. As for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brad's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? What? Okay, let me save first. Maybe because she also does the same? Like this? Ah, there you go. The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brad had been eating before the professor was killed. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. No, you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. That is what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric fit marks there. Oh! Ah! It looks like Miss Bray has realized something. So, if the witness as she claims wouldn't contemplate eating anything with using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be fit marks in the steak at all! But, what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. After Nanti with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place, just... I've heard enough! You're a little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know is so somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day! I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it in the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist. This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you said there's evidence yet to be brought forward? Hey, Layla! Yeah, there can't be! I don't believe you have it! I don't, but there is someone who does have it! Somewhere in this very courtroom! and the person is willing to submit this piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Wait, what? Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possibly concludes that it will reveal the truth of this whole affair? Holmes! Oh yeah, the answer is obvious! It's Inspector Hosonaga! What? I have it? Yes! You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Well, no, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following: I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekuta's coin, he told her he slid it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under in fact your own steak? Tension! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet, gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how did she explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not giving to suggest that the surgeon switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, they when I saw the civilian having more right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. But then, when the warrior announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, wait, that sounds wrong. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cat here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was a time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's splendid, Sergeant! So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brad's steak and the plate was sent back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brad's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. There are two preserved evidence you had taken both. Ah! That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The player was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Why can't that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling away all of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? Huh, you're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now you have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence in the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. There you go. The blood stain is clearly visible. Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the top moment victim was shot, when he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhoto-san to have shot the victim. Ugh! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Mr. Zalbrad. It's you! Hanina! Omae da! Meninggoy daw Hong Kong niya. Done by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Oh, what? Yeah, I like the breakdown scene. He flies! She flies! Oh my god, that is so cute. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. This truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. You know, the thing is, ini courtroomnya masih apa ya, masih kayak awal-awal banget, jadi orang pada boleh bawa senjata, bawa binatang, I guess. It was I who took the professor's life using Curie. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had the dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Curie is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it will all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visit at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you! Who else? Such a troubling matter, but the fact that he decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. I caught a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes! And... oh wait, ちょっと待って。Berbe. Yo, I'm back. Okay. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure I will notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the widow appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So will she open the hat? I really want to see her face. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Never! It would seem that this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Taketsuji Ochi doesn't lose! Not to the like of this rookie student! You better start getting used to tall opposition. Iraskin dan Holo. What? Bentar. Dah, back. This insult to the OG family name will never be forgotten. You've become considered with this age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the word. May you never forget that. Can he do that? 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. That is true. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Rinosuke-san Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedure of justice. A new future of law waits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery, the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Yunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry it onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! Woo! It is time to deliver a final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Yunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty! Yeah, 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 yeah. This court is now adjourned. Bruh! That's 4.5 hours. 4,5 jam guys pertama loh. Gila. I can't believe it! I can't believe what's happened! I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Yunosuke! You finally pulled it off! Congratulations! Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazubro. Ha! 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 No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You work hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Bratz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Bruh. Speaking of Mikoto, ba? Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is who I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned it before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to your university, wasn't it? Thanks, Sus Seto. Sus Seto. That's right. Professor Mikoto studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's larger melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking a sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? The Giselle Bread, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Zabret will appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hasunaga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must correct you. But what's all about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we have signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is a serious incident of a highly political nature of our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brad can't be held accountable for her action here in Japan. I'm afraid that for a young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of criminal pawns for her. I don't believe it! The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brad. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This happening calls for a celebratory thing. But Professor, you're right, this is not time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating the not guilty verdict Let's start having fun! In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Aha! Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhiro-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. My god, Susato is really dependable. So the Zabrat won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, you're not scared. I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha ha ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Huh, I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't have taken that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. You know what? I have a theory that after Kazuma is back from Great Britain, he's gonna become the prosecutor. A hunch, that's just a hunch. If I help you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me, all the transferable combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I don't want you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, you're not scared. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Believe in the defendant. A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Huh, believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious legal experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Hey, livechat! Thank you, we'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. We will never discuss it again, I'm sure. That's the flag. We will discuss this again later. It's a flag for we will never discuss this again. And yes, started to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that film. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikoto ba? Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, hey, he helped you a lot! He helped preserving the plea! What are you talking about? It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor on me. See? Little did I realize just how much it will change my life. Ah, kelar guys. Kelar yang pertama, bro. Bro. Oke, bentar, minum dulu guys. Wah! First case done! Finally! Bentar. Bentar guys. Aduh. Istirahat bentar, capek. Aku pengen So how is it so far? Is this your first time watching Ace Attorney, or is this like already like kalian udah pernah main game ini sebelumnya kah, ataukah ini pertama kalinya melihat gameplay dari game ini? What do you think? Itu. Apa namanya yang dias? Ketiga seri Sim Wilder. It's really wild. Aku sih mikirnya kayak mungkin mereka ini sih kayak apa? Makin dipersulit untuk para player-player gitu. Jadi gak, kalau misalnya mungkin kalau kayak game lain mungkin kayak kalau tiap bikin seri gitu ya, tiap bikin sequel kayak dimudahin, tapi ini kayak dipersulit gitu, entah kenapa menurut aku melihatnya. Oh wow, oke. It's very fun. Jadi kalau misalnya kayak kalian tertarik, ini ada triloginya. If you guys are interested, there's a trilogy in the Steam. Ace Attorney trilogy. If you guys are interested, please play that game. It's really good. I really enjoy Ace Attorney. Anyway, back to work. Are? Bener kan? Oh, what? The Hall of the Baskervilles? Okay. By the way, debut wave 6 jam berapa sih? Guys, debut wave 6 mulai jam berapa? Shams!
やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉、その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよワトソン。そこには巨大な毒蛇が牙をむき威嚇するようにとぐろを巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
Shams! Iya, jadi namanya adalah Sherlock Holmes.
そ
れでは謎解きを始めるとしようか。この奇怪なる殺人事件、その真相をね。失礼。犯行時、扉は内側から缶抜きがかかっていた。缶抜きに細工された痕跡はない。犯行の際、この現場は完全な密室状態だったわけだ。被害者は死の間際にメッセージを残したようだ。ここに落ちているインクを使って書いたと考えられる。ロシア語。どうやら被害者はロシア人ということか。文字に全く乱れは感じられない。被害者は相当意志が強かったのだろう。見たことのない妙な文字だな。筆跡はこのメッセージとは明らかに違う。いや、これはむしろ人種が違うと断言してもいいかもしれない。札を貼ったのは犯行時間の直前、被害者自身だったようだな。ほう、これはこれは。
一体貴様は何なんだ。好き勝手しやがって。
そうです。海洋警察が到着するまで現場に手を触れず待つべきだ。
その必要はない。どうやら今から5秒以内に諸君を犯人に紹介できそうだ。
バカを言うな。殺人現場だぞ。しかも奇怪な密室殺人だ。
それでは密室の謎、その封印を解くとしましょうか。
まさかその中に犯人が。
一体君は何者なのだ。僕は大英帝国が誇る世界の名探偵なのです。シャーロック・ホームズ。もしかして知らないとか。
Sherlock Holmes. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. What the? Why am I handcuffs? So you wake up now, huh? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal! Wait, what? Ini kita... Don't tell us we are defending for ourselves again? What? How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe, huh? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, huh? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mrs. Sato? Wait, what? What did you say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's... Cousin? Ha! Yeah! You're pretty... What? Dang it! I wanna play. No! Please say psych! Say psych right now! My god! No! I don't wanna play this game anymore. Why is this happening? Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? No, Azura. No. It's not true until I see the body. That is true. That is true. Maybe I should believe. Here in this very cabin, that was body shot from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dad? But he can't be! And these handcuffs! Surely don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No! 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 Kazuma, I was just 2 showings ago! You sure about this? Want me get in trouble? Don't you find it bombing a stowaway? Besides, how could you come to— What? Are we going to England to study? It's really something else when they brought your kitchen here earlier though. The way the ancient crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. What? I don't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 15 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be forever forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do you wait to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Kotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point? Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can't stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. Oh. We've only been at the sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure together. No, I wanna be drink tea with my cousin. I wanna drink tea. I wanna eat scones. I wanna eat the scones with Kazuma. We'll leave you at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't let me make more trouble for yourself. Oh, this is a Russian. Murderer! No, I'm not a murderer. Da! You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. I mean, that's rude. Susan, please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose I can just try to find out what really happened. I should have just played Genshin. In Genshin, nobody dies. My brother doesn't die. Katsuma State. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Osato-san, you have to tell me! The cause of the death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? Ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until the expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably there's something you know the answer to be better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Kusano-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewmate forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... No! There was Kazuma-sama! Collapsed on the floor! Okay, wait, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Kazuma-san wouldn't write in Russian, right? Kazuma-sama will write in Russian, right? It could be someone else dressing up as Kazuma-sama. But then again, how would Sato-san not know? I don't know. I'm just gonna stay like this until we know if it's Kazuma or not. I'm just gonna stay like this. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the water somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now that I know everything I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. Look, who is more bro than Kazuma in this world? He even like, I will commit crimes for you, so let's go to England together. Bruh. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme length to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told your dad, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then, it was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry we kept it secret from you by stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Damn. Are they also nanajimi? Are they like childhood friends? Wow, that's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into the water over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you even stare when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, it's... Please, forget it. Sato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Oh, I can't take this, Kazuma! Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! Bro, Susato waifu. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need it to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. He's in Australia now, lol. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper struck over the doors? Oh, yes it was, I remember clearly. I thought so, Kazuma was put it in place whenever I wanted to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or other crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before you opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I could have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can't see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps he could help me out? Well, in the light of the evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What, does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh, I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I will warn you using your conjuring trick to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear! I will avenge your death! Okay, fine. I will avenge his death. I will go back from being transparent. I will focus now. Oh, dang it. Bentar guys, ambil minum dulu. Hehehe, bentar. Okay, I'm back. Man. Ini aku habis beli strawberry tea, guys. Strawberry tea. Hi guys, hari ini aku mau ngenalin minuman baru dari Pandeglang. Namanya strawberry tea. Ini bukan teh biasa ya. Dan strawberry emang enak sih, kayak seger gitu, kayak asem. It's fresh, it's sour. Yeah, anyway, let's go back to avenge our bro. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Guys! Russia! What does it mean it's Russia? Poor Kazuma-sama, although he was in terrible pain, it's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't know Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Oh dear, that wonder. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I'm always fine so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in just regard, are you not, Hodo-san? Oh, I knew it. BM. Yeah, let's do it. Sumimasen. What? I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, you should not notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and next silent. Huh. I say, no more to you. Huh, did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that the Japanese man's katana is his soul. Guys! You're really calling yourself a Japanese if you don't bring a sword? A true Japanese! Bring sword wherever he goes, even to anime convention. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, you shoot it on the floor here? I'm not a dog to settle salt. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me! Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stole away on this ship. Now you're going to bring it up, are you? I can't win. Warning! These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Well... What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Whoa, I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure, either way I wasn't supposed to be in here. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they have all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although it's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, don't you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I would have bothered leaving the water just to mess up a few books instead. Could the way these things have been shown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. It carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside this case. Ah yes, I see it says this way up, in Japanese. Which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful as to take down. This is where dear Kazuma-sama will have sat wherever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright. I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appeared to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Natsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He would have secretly carried a cute little trinket like it's wrong with him, would he? And the mark beside it wasn't a wonder. It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Not the color of poo? Even though there's anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No! When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just lots of cords to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Is that Conan? Is that Conan? Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and this frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. There will be no possibility of using that needle and thread to trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been very exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was the exception. But because of that, I had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cord like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Wow! Do Brits really do that? Jadi kayak ada bell buat manggil ling ling ling. Oh, servant. Ding ding ding. Oh, butler. Gitu kah? Pelayan. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for all lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh no. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't it a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. Huh, that's true. Perhaps it's so that red and spray don't find their way when it's a row or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Huh. What? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he? You noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall, and suspiciously tall. Nakano-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's death, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must stop with him. Am I just imagining, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you have noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people with crosshairs, you can converse with them. Okay. Excuse me? Sumimasen? Sumimasen, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't get... He's tall. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like it's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course and my deduction has crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just as in a return if I... Wait. This is the... referensi ya, kayak... Soalnya pas pertama kali si Sherlock ketemu si Watson juga dia juga nebaknya gitu. Kamu... Ini kan, abis dari perang di Afghanistan kan? That's... Ya karena Watson itu kan dulu sempet jadi kayak... veterinarian di perang gitu kan, and that's how Sherlock is like, yeah. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You left 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And then, when the very bold occupant of this very camp discovered identity, you added his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another Indian scammer who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too! It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way. Hiya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Bruh. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most trouble predicament. You do not? Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings and embrace his certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women of the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes! Sherlock Holmes, I swear. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The fairy saint, the inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Ntar aku mau save dulu. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You are German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair, but please call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting line of publication. Oh yes, a rags magazine full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, Dan? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you start to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detective achievement and chronicles them into the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Oh, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observer noticed even the most subtle of reaction in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deduction from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth! As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction, and faith! That is what makes me the one and only. Hey! No. Hey, look, Shums! Kazuma's death, no! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right! It was none other than the great detective for you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes! Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in this now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seems to be an excellent fit, Naruto. Ah! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Two facts. Mr. Holmes, tell us please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced were a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Russia? Hold on, Mr. Holmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Wardrobe. Oh. How to read wardrobe in Russian? Russian. Wardrobe. Garderobe.
Гардероб. Гардероб.
Garderobe. 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 That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think that Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian. Was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Garde, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. But so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you're acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. What? Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I have no idea. And I had no idea that it could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, then I might analyze it for possible hidden details. No! No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna see Kazuma's dead. I can't believe it. I don't wanna believe it. I don't wanna believe that Kazuma is dead. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Wow. Not my Kazuma. Kazupo. Yan. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. Garjiro. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fierce revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? Could you?
Конечно. Конечно.
Конечно.
Конечно.
Конечно. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16th part. Oh yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning. The real culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik! No, how could it be me? I look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fierce revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might ask, your name doesn't appear on the ship's passengers list. Did I say more? Well, that's because I must stow away. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing out the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was concluded. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries actually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where he said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activity in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even this ended anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. It's a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within these pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. Let's check it out though. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I made it look like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. Nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ugh! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you! He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. The non-prima ballerina of the Novavik ballet disappeared from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, a talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing gown, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Aww. Tiara is the property of the Novavik Ballet. It will seem that is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and a valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russia feeling his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Oh, but I don't think you should read these private writings. I could upset people. Tragic! And something you ought to perhaps educate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to show here detective with one of the trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair! Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final assignment is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you know Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust your suitable. This is me when I say I speak Japanese. I speak Japanese. Eto, konnichiwa, sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can't read precisely known. So what was all the showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I am much obliged, my dear madam. The following entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1 to 3 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? Huh, these are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled pan is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled pan? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard the expression before. Huh, the ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the ladies there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Fan! Sus! There's a fan! It's sus! So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Oh, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you are thinking of investigating the cabin next door which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are curious breed. Our minds rebel extinction. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Perhaps the truth will come clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that will be somewhat complicated. Why? Simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, thieves. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn into the question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of me naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You are quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of criminal, you know. Not really. So what? Were you looking at my niece before? Some great detective you are. But anyway, that was that and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you're the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. Damn it. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can. Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his day moment struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up. You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish up in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to sleep next door. Good idea! This situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is something wrong with the Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes, what can I do for you? Asanaga-san! I already could have that face, but it can't be. My god, you're still bleeding? It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Guys, wait, I wanna go. Pipis ako. Yeah, Terima. Jadi emang ini dia undercover di mana-mana. I have a feeling that he's gonna change costume every case. He's gonna be the detective in every case and he's gonna change clothes. ganti baju tiap kasus. Okay? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expect to see this man on board. but perhaps this person can help me out of this hopeless situation. And why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. Huh? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for these overseas studies to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But every minute it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word! We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could do to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select... Yeah. Okay. Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see. Let's present some evidence. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the venturial grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we are still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Ahem! I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I vowed to keep Asogi-san safe. That is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just a leg move. Okay, let's move. Ini yang baru di Switch. Ya, tapi aku belinya di Steam. Tapi ini baru ya. Well, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in the steerage. Really? That must be awful. Look, over there! There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to this ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's chair when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Alright, let's... That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Huh, you wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought you might appreciate the compliment. Look at his face. I'm not sure rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably it means there was nothing to report. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Bien. Oh. They seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Sato-san. Ah, wait a moment. Chottomatte. Bentar. Bentar ya. that, guys. Okay, sudah. I am not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman. Beef. Beef stroganoff. Oh, the best thing is the very iconic, I think. Miss Stroganoff about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the final spar of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. This is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is an animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Ja! Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounds like da! I think it's probably a short for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit a cabin without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby-Roylott. 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 Is it a pun? Grimsby-Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman. Do you not think about it? He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man who have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott come abroad? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be very important, is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch at last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hey! Apa niat ya dia? Itu. Dah. Oh.
Нет.
Нет! Нет! Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no! I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said, no! Sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area stay locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, and you're staying. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. This looks like a plan of the USS Buria. Shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple skin hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago, the islands of Japan. Yes, they are not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink today. They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Well, that doesn't really explain anything, but alright. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled pen emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve the particular mystery. Let's ask. Back. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it says alarm bell ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have is... Why are you doing that, Hodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But it's an emergency situation. Just look at the handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for another reason, you'd be in a even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Ugh! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. It's about the brother Proctor. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped when the fate is on me or the violent kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. But it doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch with muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about the stress relief. January. Oh, who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes you ever all may know that. No. I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adores the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses the magazine like a business card. Detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small tray like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not, traveling inside one strong? Don't look at me. Oh, it's moving? Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The case just shook! Leave now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So, this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimm's by Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clue if the burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh, I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Okay. No talk. What is he doing there? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Scholz? You need only address me as Scholz. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Scholz, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the water wheels waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? What is it? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective greatly admired great detection to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious version, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the Valo dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be really occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and darkness are hard to ignore, especially in the first meeting, but once I read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. That is true. That is true. Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? What if she's the ballerina? Huh, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind, Joan. Huh? There can be no other explanation that accumulates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Number two, the reconstruction I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that bird, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh. Oh, not a sound. I never imagined or witnessed one of Mr. Shell's great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about the person. What? What inevitable twaddle! Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great detection firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through the deductions together. The great deduction, the game is food. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Oh wait. So, the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious spirit you sport. Now moving on. He's so extra, I swear. The question then begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent bird, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Ah. In tradition, the headline reads, a revolutionary villain, Bolshevik. Villain, you mean villain. Bolshevik fills Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious spirit. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. A revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you'll see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the averted glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation? A young lady, perhaps. One quite enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in his traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de oeil.
Coup d'œil. Coup d'œil. Coup d'œil. Coup d'œil.
Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can actually be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the flame revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nova Vic ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction, and according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Helix Sholm's great redaction of this Russian enigma, Elevensky. Pachi. That's very extra of him. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great reductions I've been hearing so much about. Who was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know? But it seemed a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Wait, I'm gonna save first. Pray, what can I do for ya? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, will able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, his role does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly! You'd be like to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her will be poking out from the case. Some years ago, we read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their body. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh there, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Shaw's deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little of itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I'm wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Shaw's great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I know, right? It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? It's gone! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did it? I found they may hinder in your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it! Mr. Shams, you are a marvel! And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yeah, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes. Okay. 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 I'm not sure. Would you really use the shield like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Royal either. Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here in Naruhodo-san and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it really is his bird that he didn't use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shaw's deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roller really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, wow! Bruh? What is this here? She is indeed a ballerina. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. What? Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I didn't know the old man was a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the fact with Mr. Sholmes. I just do what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. He's clearly having fun. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Shaw's deduction, shall we? The evidence he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roll is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose he picked up the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her trade and duty. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman institution like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. The non-prima ballerina of the Novavik ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally about to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novavik prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova! Oh. Oh, pretty woman. Pretty woman, pretty Russian woman. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Nicholas Blova, taken unawares. Oh right. Traveling. It's not a traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clear she can't be inside of the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Scholes? Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Ah, これかな? Wow! Terima, Naruto-san. Isn't it two girls who wear tiaras? Would you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Okay, wait, let me save first. Bisa save, tapi udahlah kalau gitu. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on the stage by a dancer in a Novavik ballet, is it not? Indeed, it will appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the report is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. He must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'œil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the books on the ship. He's completely changed tack with his dashing down. I think Mr. should take his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe about why has she suddenly brought up the bookshelf into all this? So what, yes, surely? Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly cast her eyes in the direction, and not it myself. Then there has to be a reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze involuntarily drowned. Agreed, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case, should it be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of a bookcase? Oh, this one. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carried on the vessel. That is the real reason why you refused to open it, thus revealing its contents. As you've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed from the vessel's rules of passage. A pen! Why are these so synchronized now? They are on sync now! Yeah, elementary. They're really enjoying themselves. So clear you are who you said you were. No, I am not Grimes by Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your balance company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a fast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yes, woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream you heard from the outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why not other than this young lady naturally? More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the food hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At a precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, and from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Okay. I think I will continue that in the next stream. Cause it's already like what? 4 hours and it's almost 1 jam lagi kayak 1 jam lagi kayak apa? Jam 6 kan? Wave 6 debutnya jam 6 bukan sih? Gue aja lupa. Jam 6 jam 7 sih? Bentar. Jam 7! Jam 7! Ya jam 7, kira jam 6. Ya jam 7, ya udah. Papa, kita berhenti di sini dulu. Still 2 hours. Ya, you know. Jam 7 ya. Bentar. Kita lihat dulu. Ya udah. 1 jam lagi deh kalau begitu. Tambah billing. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes. What? Observe your wrist. My... your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shade of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it, really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled pen that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. You should know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night. One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in the wild tempest? Perhaps the steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on the board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novavik Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget a challenging proposition. When you have the striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novavik Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. Oh, right. However, Zespuria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strange when he mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Shams once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about my sin. Quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventurers of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? And I think animals are all on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they find my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Oh! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable rabbit? you critter just a little bit small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It might be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rosy wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and where adversity strikes, it could satisfy the need of sustenance. So you eat your friends. I remember that. No. Nyeh. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She feels she doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victims' cabins are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roy, like... Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royland. Get out! The pages and you said out, or you want me to turn you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously choiced out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Alright, to be continued. There you go. I was waiting for this. Okay, finally, part 1 is done. That was long. Sekitar berapa tadi? Kayak 2,5 jam kita. Well, I think that's all for today, maybe. Yeah, that's all for today. Let's go. A long prologue. Well, it's not technically not a prologue, but more like part 1. There you go. Oh, ganti belakangnya. Menarik. Belakangnya keganti gitu. Ya, anyway, Ohazura semuanya. Terima kasih banyak yang sudah menonton. Man, how was it? How is it? How's the game? I love it so much. I like Ace Attorney series so much. Damn. Yeah, this is really good, by the way. The animation, the story is so good. I can't wait to play more. I'll definitely play more. Tapi tetap aja jangan lupa 2 jam lagi, jam 7 bakal ada debut stream dari Wave 6. Jadi jangan lupa buat nonton. Ya udah gitu aja. I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream as I do. If you like the game, don't forget to buy it too. If you don't, then just watch me play. I don't know. If you want to try playing this game from the beginning, I suggest you play Ace Attorney Trilogy first. Yeah. Episode even night. Yeah, episode parting time. Hey, it's so I will still be here. Maybe tomorrow I will stream too. Who knows? Let's see tomorrow. Ya udah, kalau begitu sekian dari Azura Cecillia. Terima kasih yang sudah menonton. Semoga kalian semua enjoy dengan streamnya. Jangan lupa 2 jam lagi akan ada debut stream dari Wave 6. Ditonton ya semua kalau begitu. Azura Cecillia signing out. Have a nice day everyone. Have a nice weekend. And tomorrow is Cepulia guys. Guys, tomorrow is Cepulia. Jangan lupa yang punya berita disubmit ke aku, ke Cepulia ya. Jam 12 siang besok aku bakal stream Cepulia. Kalau begitu, Azura Cecillia signing out. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Bye bye. Ciao ciao.